disclosure, by the way, I am eating dinner in the middle of this.
That is fine. Hi.
We took chicken off the barbecue and then I ran right down here.
Well, that's fair. Hi, welcome.
So
I
everyone's
got
aware.
home, changed, and then hopped on.
I've been home and I've just been doing other stuff. Hi, welcome. It is time.
Hello, everyone.
It is the day of days.
Today's
It is
day.
the time. The sun is shining, the tank is clean, and we are getting... the tank is clean.
The tank is indeed. This guy. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. God damn it.
He is the judge now. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Bullshit! No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Rhinosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony.
Kazuma, shut up. There's a freaking second half to this. And you know it, and I know it, everyone else watching knows it.
And there can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Sashiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Jigoku, you found him?
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker!
Cling, cling, cling.
Speaking of surprises, Cammy.
Cammy!
The princess is here.
The princess is here. Oh wait,
I was literally listening to that song before I got on the call.
I was like driving home and I had fuck, what was it? A Prosecutor Reborn playing in my car, and I was just like, da, 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 just like hyping myself up.
Yeah.
It was great. It's a good
Sorry,
time.
unrelated. I found this shanty on Spotify, so here's the.
Oh, nice.
Here, a sea shanty.
Oh, context for Cammy. The Ubisoft presentation was today. They had a trailer for Skull and Bones, and they got some band called Home Free to do a sea shanty for it.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
actually kind of good, so here it is.
So this is like the official sea shanty.
It is the official sea shanty for the game. Still no release date for it, unfortunately, but the shanty is available on Spotify.
We do have a shanty.
So you know what? I'll take it.
Hilarious.
We're playing
Anywho.
and Apollo Justice trilogy coming out next year. Remastered HD like the original trilogy, and I'm so fucking excited.
Anywho, but the investigations of every police resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead.
Oh!
How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholm's famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on the mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Sashiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Gross on the 31st of October.
Ooh, Halloween! He tried to get murdered on Halloween.
Cling.
I didn't know that.
Spooky.
Spooky. He could have been an All Hallows Eve ghost.
Well,
Damn.
well. It would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
Oh, he pissed. He mad.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jikoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
He says that, and internally inside Kazuma right now, oh, motherfucker!
Like, can we please get on with this?
He's just like, I want to go home, guys. I'm done. I've been dead, okay? Let me go home.
He's like, I just want to go home.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side.
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
We'll live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth.
Yay.
Is that always how it goes?
Welcome to being a lawyer, Rhinosuke. Your ancestors is the exact same shit.
Ah, right, I forgot we ended right. I forgot there was no phase in transition between that. Cool, alright, we're done the episode. Thanks for watching. Kidding, no.
We're done.
We're done.
Over. No.
Now. Oh, we're back to. Wait. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Woo! We got turkey!
Ooh, fancy. We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing there than Mikatilla and I knew.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
Sir, this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
You can forget me.
I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started almost a year ago now, yeah. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
I faked his death and the bastard didn't even thank me.
Rude.
A nerve. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat out.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
Oh, pretty cool.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Mikitomo was just like, oh shit.
Shit!
Like, basic maneuvers.
Do you want me to take Susato, Cammy?
Sure.
Iris, do you mean...
Mikitopa in the background. Red alert!
Right! No. I overheard yesterday.
I'm sorry. Cue JoJo stream. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you into thinking I had left.
What?
Show him
Ah.
down! Show him
Oh,
down!
he died. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikitoba are Iris' father.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know why.
Oh, Cammy. I know, you can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Then why don't I get to the apologetic pheasant?
So just who is Iris' father? That's actually a good question, because now that rules out everyone I'm thinking of right now.
Everyone you know.
That gets answered.
Oh, I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
I know who it is.
I'm not saying shit.
Okay. For context, a certain friend in a different server is already further ahead of me. So, I didn't get any information beyond that, but he has told me he is ahead of me towards the end. Yes,
Okay.
and Kyle and Cam, you know who it is. Well, Kyle, I know.
Suffice to say, I will confirm or deny nothing.
How fine idea,
I already
Sholmes.
finished the game, so we also know.
By all means, bounce theories off me, but
Yeah.
no advance, I will just fuck with you.
A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. I was looking at the wrong screen. I was waiting for the fucking actual stream to update. I was like, why is this so slow?
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About the telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh. Are we gonna... Oh. We're just gonna pan over here. No.
We're just gonna gloss over that.
Okay. We're just.
Dare laugh and tell me you haven't sat in a couch like that before.
I just
Oh.
wasn't expecting Sholmes to be sitting in a couch like that.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Oh no, oh no.
That.
Oh, here we go again.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikatiba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation.
Oh.
That was quick.
No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. I do have a question.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
That heavy sigh, Andrew. That was so funny.
He's dead. He's dead, Your Honor, and your soul has left the building.
He's dead.
Alright. So, what was in that telegraph you received back from Japan then?
Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
What? Those 4 names? We've come across this exact same list before. Wait, we have?
Very end of the first game.
They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Oh, yes! What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking a monumental intrigue and a plot that involved the sale of a British governmental secrets to foreign states and exposing by the means by which those secrets are being leaked. You deciphered the fragment of a message. Keisoki, Ashin, Ashin, T. Gregson,
Ah, shit, here we go again.
Ashin, here we go again.
God damn it, Kyle.
Ashin, J. Wilson again. Sorry, but we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Dagoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature, aka the ancestor of Gumshoe. Ah, that's Inspector Hasanaga!
You asked Inspector Hasanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
And in my name? I wonder what guys he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Shishira's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jijoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that.
I was gonna say, if I had a freaking Magatama right now, I'd slap it in your face.
Right.
No, just pulls out Magatama, slap. Tell me secret now.
But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Shlomes, have you ever heard of the thing called bouncing ideas upon someone? Looks deadly serious for once. So that tragedy we had to go through in the SS Buria, it was all for nothing! Cosmo wasn't fucking dead at all!
Hi.
Coward. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. Also, he's a coward.
Hey.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my! You mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already made. One university student a lawyer, and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Cosma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Boom, baby.
So, you manipulated me?
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
Surprise, bitch, he played you the whole
Oh,
time.
I'm trying. I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as a murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Mrs. Otto and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
Simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Stroms? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out that exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Well, I can present evidence. I don't think there's anything important. Or else, is there people elsewhere? No. Okay, so I have to present something to keep this line of questioning going. There is no room for doubt within your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Ikoku's office should be searched, so you obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found.
Keosogi, Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Shin, J. Wilson again. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of a top-secret government communications that were leaked.
Well, that's true, yes. But at the time, we were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
You're perpetually doing what now? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line!
I just like to point out this man is just casually committing espionage in his spare time.
Yeah.
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, and because, you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. Now, that was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Keosogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if Yonasogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went through such lengths to prevent his study tour from going on ahead.
Exactly.
Oh, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales of Asogi to him in my letters, and in the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. Oh.
So,
Right, we haven't told her yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then... I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my dad, but that's still very sad.
Sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't it completely tie in with the facts? There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big
Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jezreel Brett.
Glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy?
Topsy hypothesis.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Shlums?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Ah!
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination. Assassination.
Assassination.
Assassination? Oh god.
Cammy, I did
And for armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you that there is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student?
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma?! He did say in court earlier today.
I love this music so much, guys. I love a prosecutor reborn.
Mm-hmm. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, in detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that?
Cosplay.
That's a new word. That's a new word.
It is a new
I'm officially penning it. How could cosplay have gotten involved in something like that?
Cosplay. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by the consular jurisdiction. Oh yeah. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So, the fact that it was brought into play suggests that the intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels?
These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Shishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Cosmo was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark?
That's exactly what it would mean.
Buddy, please notice my little PNG on the stream.
Oh.
Oh, what did you
Oh my
change
god.
it to?
Ah,
Love it.
Wait,
excellent.
What did you change it to? Hold on.
I just added a little hat.
Hat in the pipe.
I added a little hat and a pipe for the
That's
finale.
amazing.
I love it.
I created another PNG last night that I was gonna switch it to. I don't know if I still will.
You're cool.
I just decided that I needed a hat.
You can-
this
you can do it.
ring.
You can do it during the stream. It will update automatically.
Yeah, I know. I
hold
love the
myself-
little hat and pipe though. That's so cute.
It's pretty great.
It's really good.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in.
Everyone. All that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though.
Hmm?
I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
You're such a bean!
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Were you?
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
Really?
Oh yes, without question.
I can hear.
Cute, Your Honor!
No, these two are just having like an adorable moment. Mika Thomas is in the background, like, what is happening?
Wait, what?
I was just like, oh god, not another one!
We could tell us like, oh,
Another
no. Oh, fucking
strong-willed
god.
young girl. No!
He's like, Susanoo, stop adopting children for me, okay? I already got Kazuma. Now I have Ryonosuke, and now you're giving me Iris. Stop! Stop adopting children.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo to the floor?
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
I love how his first response was, huh?
Just wait, what?
What? I feel that on such an emotional level on any time a child talks to me. Just, huh? I mean, yeah, totally. Totally.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
I totally understood what you said, and it was
I'm totally paying attention right now.
That's totally a lion in that drawing. Good job, Jimmy.
Cammy, why are you just quoting me as a kindergarten teacher? Like, literally.
Bro, I've been like, I have a bunch of younger cousins. I'm the oldest of all of my cousins. I've seen it all.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to babysit some of my younger cousins before. I kind of feel that.
Yeah, as the oldest, I've been deemed the coolest, which is incorrect, but I'll let them continue thinking that.
I mean, as far as they're concerned, it's true.
I guess. However, they think everything that I do is super, super cool, and they try and copy it. Which is not necessarily the best choice of action.
Fair enough.
Oh, but at least it means they like you.
This is true, this is true. I just don't like them.
Fair enough, I suppose.
I would say, okay, that sounds mean. I'll admit, that does sound mean. I love my family. But if I had the opportunity, I would Susato toss each and every one of my cousins out of a moving vehicle. Not a fast-moving vehicle. It's moving.
You would Susato throw them out.
Yep, just yeah.
Okay then.
Fair enough.
I feel like I've horrified Kyle.
I don't know if I'd say horrified, but that's not what I was expecting you to say.
Are you expecting me to say I would sell them to Satan for a corn chip? Because I would, except they don't understand the power that it holds, so they don't care.
The power of Satan or the power of the corn chip?
Yes.
Fair.
The power that Satan has given the corn chip, obviously. Because it's in...
Is this like off-brand pick of destiny, the corn chip of destiny?
No, it's just you're selling... I would take a corn chip over your soul.
Anywho. Well done,
More
Iris.
valuable.
You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
How did Iris turn out so cute and so adorable when this fucking hot mess of a 30-year-old man has been taking care of her for the past, like, 10 years?
I mean, just quick reminder, she did rob a morgue. I don't know if I would necessarily call her completely okay.
Mm-hmm.
She has some issues.
Why is
She's just a kid.
Cammy? Why is that the same energy of that vine? That's like, he was a good man. What about the people he murdered? What murder?
What murder? What more grabbing? What crime? Iris has committed no crime. Look at her, she's done nothing wrong her entire life.
See, no, Scholes has never... Scholes has, air quote, never committed a crime. Iris, legally speaking, has never committed a crime.
Legally has never committed a crime.
Emphasis on the word legally.
It's not illegal if they don't find out about it.
No, it's fine. Just, you know, when you bury the thing, put an endangered plant on top of it, and then they can't unearth it. And she
Yeah.
makes herbal tea, so she probably has a couple of those handy.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is this all? What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh.
That's concerning.
It's a surprise tool that will help us later. Good luck in court tomorrow.
I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course.
Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz, I'm scared.
So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while proposing new conundrums. That list of 4 names in the telegram in Judge Gyoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved.
Somehow he fully put himself in there, sir.
I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Because my parents are dead.
Oh, so fucking
I was like, what happened to his family? Why does he not have any family? And then Andrew's like, because my parents are dead. I'm like, oh.
Alright, part 2.
Also, yes, Alucard, as a child, she could not be fully prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Oh.
I mean,
Brief
also, should always
announcement.
just get Runo to act as the lawyer.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. Because it's in the title of the game.
Heyo, name drop.
My God. Oh, he speak.
My lord, if I may inquire,
The defendant may speak.
on what grounds is Cosmo simply committed to continue his role as prosecutor?
That's a good question, actually.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Idiot.
Baka!
Oh, sorry. Let me rewind. Sorry. Baka!
Baka!
So, that deep dramatic idiot. I was like, oh,
Just that
What?
little, idiot.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Baka is bristling with hostility today.
Is that what we're calling him now? The rest of the session?
I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Baka.
My poor man.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
No, it's Baka. It's Baka-sama.
Baka-sama.
I just said something to Ace Attorney memes.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I live in fear. I protect the lesbian.
With this blade, I protect the lesbians.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do.
Alright.
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
Such an aggressive head shake, holy fuck.
Yeah.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak Van Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Execution is more than ready.
Very well. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sodi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to take the stand. Bring Shishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth.
Guys, why do I hear boss music? Guys, help.
Come on, Renosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because it's going to test the... Because this is going to test it to the limit.
It's fine. There's no Latin chorus. You're not gonna die yet.
Witness, state your name and occupation before the court.
Oh, so it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
My name is Shishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. Sorry, I had to burp. As well as presiding for the Supreme Court. He is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign.
Disgusting!
Disgusting! I don't know what I came back to when I'm making myself some popcorn, but I just heard disgusting!
Disgusting!
I was speaking as Cosma in my serious tone, and then I burped, and I just started laughing.
I see. So business as per usual then.
Yes.
As per usual in Cam's mind, yeah. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry, my lord, I had to burp. I'm good.
Okay. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Oh, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up in here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. So fuck off! Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I would have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself! What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited by a guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
related, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such,
Forgot he from outer space, guys.
I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
Rhinosuke's face, he's just like... Susato?
Are you gonna say something?
Susato?
Suicide murder?
I think she stopped. I think the program stopped responding. Hold on.
You would run from all this.
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Rhinosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then.
I'm just gonna quickly save first, and then we'll present some evidence. Yeah, don't mind me.
Proof do you have that Shishiro Jigoku was involved in this case?
This is a telegram detailing communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that?
Oh.
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Goku. What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
The list of the 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Ah Shin and her victim Jay Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson.
Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin in exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
Surprise!
They're still letting
The-
him be the defense, not the defend. The prosecutor for this
Prosecutor?
trial? Really?
The telegram was...
Asogi did ask. He's like, let me finish this and then you can prosecute me to the highest point of the law.
No,
Just please
I'm-
let me
I'm-
do this.
I'm-
No,
really
hold
dead
on. Every
tomorrow.
sentence coming out of Naruhodo's
He
mouth
could be
is
dead
like,
tomorrow. Literally, Asogi could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah. Look.
every sentence coming out of Naruhodo's mouth is incriminating.
Correct.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the point. That's the point. Anyway. This telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Motherfucker.
Judge Jigoku? What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract. Oh, is he actually... What?
Oh,
No.
But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jukoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Ah! You deliberately avoided saying a name? Oh, you got me there.
My bad.
Dun dun dun! Asogi didn't admit to shit!
Damn.
Oh, you got me there.
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt!
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's no distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Grayson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Gross.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for such quite a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now.
As you wish, my lord.
Witness testimony!
Also, can someone sub for Renosuke for a bit while I voice Judge Jigoku? Kyle, because Kyle doesn't have that many lines.
Alright.
Well, I just don't. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened, and that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Oh, so he's just outright admitting.
Damn.
It's you!
Right, me. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, that there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I could discuss here.
You use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easier to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I am not obliged to divulge that information.
fully admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified as unrelated to the events in this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steamship in Dunkirk, because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of this crime was the Reaper, Barack Van Zieks. Sorry. Give me 2 secs. Stream decided to die. Hold up. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Well, I seem to recall there was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot.
Oh. I see what's playing. I see what's
Strongheart, that's
someone on the British side who controlled everything. Who is the person who is currently sitting on the bench who currently controls the law in Great Britain?
There has control issues.
Not me, of course. That would just be silly. And look at me, I don't look silly.
No, you look like a unicorn, Your Honor.
Bailiff, I don't look silly, do I?
Looking
No
red is a unicorn.
No comment, my lord!
I think he looks like a unicorn.
It is a unicorn. Good eyes.
Alright.
Yeah,
What? No, glad to see someone knows a unicorn when he sees one.
Well, we certainly knew you were special from the moment we saw you.
Thank you, Counsel. I appreciate the compliment.
That wasn't a compliment.
We're insulting you, Your Honor.
I'm just eating my popcorn, literally just watching what's going on.
Well, I appreciate the honesty, and as an apology, I will give you advance notice. You will find a subpoena in the mail tomorrow.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It very much is. Anywho, be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue those. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
I'm calling bullshit right now. You're not totally going to.
Technically, I won't. Apparently, tea's ready, so I'll be back in like a minute.
Shit.
Okay, I guess. So. Hey, everyone gets a turn at Rhinosuke. You know, we all get a turn. You know, I'm just gonna do that. Let's take turns playing Rhinosuke. Might as well.
Who wants him?
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I would be considered for the study tour.
I see. We're tapping hands again.
Hold on. Is this why everyone is so fucking mad that Rhinosuke is on this so-called study tour? And then Kazuma just fucking up and died. And they're like, oh no, he's actually going to study.
Okay, I'm back.
I was gonna say we're giving people turns to play Renosuke.
Ooh, okay.
I have to popcorn fall around my head. This is so sad.
What? Did you just say popcorn fell in your tit? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it fell in the fucking hole in between my titties. And it's pokey.
That's unfortunate.
I hate it here.
I'm kidding.
Don't shy at me. None of you have to deal with the unfortunate reality that are tit.
True. Because I have none.
Like, back up. Keep your non-pained backs and like no chest storage.
So you agree to that just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted this done in England, but assassination. Sorry, I just had to read that. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no idea but to I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Who's taking Runo?
I'll take him for a bit. Actually, no. I'm Kazuma. I have a lot of speaking. It's between you and Cammy, Kyle.
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants.
I just want to eat my popcorn in peace.
And in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Which is kind of stupid if you ask me.
Go to Britain? Yeah. Sorry, all I can think is like it's kind of stupid, not gonna lie. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. Not gonna lie, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, as his bestie, he's kind of fucking dumb. Oh, some popcorn now. The way he feels himself with his fire. The way he feels himself in the water.
Counsel, are you eating popcorn with your
No,
testimony?
no. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on the study tour to Britain. But behind that,
Oh my god, they're both eating popcorn.
there's just a bowl underneath. Defense. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin, Impact, Asogi.
No, be an attorney, we have stamps.
Yeah, literally, be a defense lawyer, we have snacks. We have
No,
garlic
be a
popcorn.
prosecutor, you win.
Until this like snacking little defense lawyer shows up and it's just like, hi, wanna be friends with me? And you're like, fuck you, you grubby little rat. And he's like, well, okay then, and then proceeds to kick your entire ass into next
So I
week.
guess we're doing this the hard way then.
Literally.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin. or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a job betraying mine, Asogi. You okay there, Cammy?
I was just like, ooh. But why was Inspector Gregson a target? I was just vibing to the music.
I have no idea. Those were the orders from the Briton. I was in no position to question them.
I'm so sorry, guys. I have to save them for my exams.
You mean to say I have to turn off the music then?
No!
You have no idea, really. I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Tenchi Goku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I have already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed the ship to accompany the assassin. Kyle?
Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So, Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly then.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. No, read it out.
You want to take it back?
No. Give people a chance here.
He predicted everything that would happen.
For once.
For once, he was right.
Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made it perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
Inside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse unit.
Yes, that's right. Not least because of there was a murder of a... Not...
Good, homie?
I'm good. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier that year, imagine. The liner operations had taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes.
Not this bitch again.
There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the witness? He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really.
In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me. He glared at me as I walked past.
See, that proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't want to move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he is a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
What? What was this enormous thing? None of them would have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh.
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment it's anything like the steerage where judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh, yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot. I would have never made it to Britain in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no... Excuse me.
Everyone's dying today. Jesus Christ.
Literally, though. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot. But even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Inconceivable.
What?
Okay.
What was that, Gabby?
Inconceivable. But my
Oh.
mind's
It sounded like you were doing like the.
no.
Prosecutor Payne.
Inconceivable. My voice actually broke there. Oh god.
Yikes.
Oh god.
Yikes.
Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to use such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Kazuma's in like fucking quad crossing at this point.
Oh.
Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. What a way to just finish that up, Renosuke. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. Ow, I bit my finger. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ouch.
Damn, Queen.
Okay, so now we get to do the thinking. Kazuma was assigned
Please pick off
assassination.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Target was Gregson study tour, but in the end something happened that meant the young man is unable to carry his mission on the unit in question as a member of the crew was on side my cabin at all times.
Oh, you got like 3 pieces of popcorn. No.
It's a part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the Crown, I believe. A watch would simply might be useless without one. Sorry, I had to remove the popcorn from Eros' vicinity.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
If this is a crown... I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Is that it? Oh. These are the only 3 parts we got from the testimony. Sorry, I'm just... Okay, so...
Do we not have a stuff like a watch?
No, we don't. Well, okay, we do have Gregson's watch still.
It's missing the top.
Think, Miss Susato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
Sure you were. We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too.
Uh-huh.
Sure you were, Naruhodo.
A perfect fit.
I knew it!
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information.
Alright, we have evidence.
Aren't you glad I brought that shit up now? We have a whole watch now.
Oh, I'm just gonna quickly save. I know I'm... Just don't... save.
Oh yeah, Cam, what did you get for drinky drinks?
Oh, no.
Oh. Hold up. I just got, this from work. It's an Olay, and it's a spicy chili mango.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah,
It has
it's made...
jalapenos.
It's made
Jalapenos.
with, it's made with tequila.
Tequila. You didn't answer my question. Does it have jalapenos?
Jalapenos.
Jalapenos.
It is chili pepper.
That's
So
a type of jalapeno.
that's probably still jalapeno.
That's a type of jalapeno.
Type, yeah. So yeah, I guess. It's spicy, but it's very good.
Alucard's about to come for my toes. He's still in the call, but like y'all put jalapenos on your tortillas.
Oh my god.
I usually don't like jalapenos.
I don't
Let,
either. I
let
just
the,
wanted to
rec-
say
let the
jalapeno
record
and
show I did
tortilla.
not say jalapeno, I did say jalapeno.
Oi, hey, none of this.
I just wanted to say tortilla. and
Oi,
jalapeno.
hey, none of the.
So, my favorite to say to piss anyone off is tacos on a corn tortilla.
Tacos.
Tacos! Come get your tacos here! Oh my god, is that tacos? Yes, they're tacos!
Hold on, why does that remind me of like Raw Unstoppable? Just like the Mako Taco.
How did you even know I was here? I swear to Christ, camcorder.
I see you lurking in the chat.
I mean, I can instantly see these comments right now, so.
Hello there.
Okay, I need to. How am I going to prove? Do I have to press them
Taco
again?
on a corn tortilla with jalapeno.
I'm gonna call on my handy dandy Kyle encyclopedia.
And also finish the game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm
both of you.
empty here.
Both of you guys.
Because I actually couldn't remember this, I looked it up. It's do you just straight up want the answer?
Yes, just give me the answer.
Present evacuation drill on
Not
statement 4
here
or
on
5.
Wednesday. Remember, I have exam.
On statement 5? Oh.
4 or 5.
Alucard, I swear, I'm just teasing you.
Incidentally, once again, Alucard, let the record show I didn't say shit.
You're obviously the favorite child.
Yeah, we know you're the favorite child, Kyle. Shut the fuck up. Let the rest of us vie for attention, okay?
My favorite child, do you mean the one who isn't actively trying to get murdered?
10d10 damage.
Please don't. I'm a paladin, I'll be okay. But please don't.
Hey, Reina's already missing her entire jaw.
Kyle's
So,
a strapping young man, of course he's the
I see. So sexism.
I kicked the shit out of
Sexism makes him the
shit out of a
favorite.
troll twice my level. Let me ride the high for a moment.
Nah, it's
Listen.
Misogyny.
Cora's already struggling with a lot right now. I don't need her dying.
Reina's just having a fucking mental breakdown, but yes. I just taco.
I just
Use my soul.
I just said it once.
I know. But she's a taco. It's so stupid. You know what? Valid. Absolute validity. But yes, it's a taco.
Appreciate it.
Tortilla.
Okay. Anyway, shall we
Jalapeno.
continue?
I do know how to say these words properly. I just want to throw that out into the void.
Yes,
I
as the
do
court
know
has
how to
heard,
speak.
there
I
was
just
a
love
corpsman
being
posted outside Judge
privileged.
Jikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What?
Oh my god, he just tuned back in when I said his name. I summoned him, guys. I have the power!
I have here a notice of particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Whoa! Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, All crewmen of the SS Gross were together on deck for an evacuation drill.
I just hit my head off my desk hard enough to mute myself in Discord. Alright, it's my life this way.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put this on autoplay for a second. I need to get Coke. A cola.
Okay.
So, yeah, someone has to cover. I love you, please don't hurt me. What? Oh.
That's me.
Alright, go take care of that for a second.
And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunslips emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Hey!
Oh my god, we should do like the cult of the lamb, like I'm gonna
But it amounts to nothing. What? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Keep going. Keep going.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Taco elementals. Like a corn tortilla.
A corn tortilla.
Please, please, no, oh god.
Because
Oh,
that's
God, you
evidence to prove it.
No, a la carte specifically, it has to be the Taco Bell tortillas.
Oh my god, he's making those are weapons. Those are biological weapons.
You will present the
Legit,
evidence for the
though.
defense at once, counsel. One person in the action that the claim is taken out to different cabins on the 31st of October.
Hello? This is devolved so fast.
Hey, I'm actually trying here.
I gave up like 20 minutes ago.
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch.
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Be life.
Moreover, this crown is the perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch.
Oh.
Ah! Oh my god, stream, no!
Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch most certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 25-minute evacuation trail in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Fuck!
Thinking like this.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Oh,
Objection!
objection.
We maneuvered, Ryanosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first.
Oh.
But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
Wow.
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. If I had known the result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast.
Oh, oh. Damn. I think it's clear. You just got told, son.
Oh,
I mean,
Lord.
that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you stumbled.
Hey, why do I suddenly see Judge Jigoku as one of those the finger guns underneath the chin kind of fuckboys? Just be like, once you hear this testimony, you'll never believe what's going on. I realize that nobody can actually see the hand gestures I'm making.
No. I'm so sorry.
No.
Yeah, that's on you.
Prior to renewed testimony, I would like to clarify
here.
one point.
My comedic genius isn't recognized.
The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then.
What the fuck
You
is
may
my
proceed
wall
to give your
set?
formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October.
Halloween.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
A man of the law, he says, as he hired an assassin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustached Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
You can move a body.
Ponsui.
A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
Oh, right, Nuski now. Hold on. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
Why?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place.
Ah, you went too fast.
Took place
Yep.
there.
Took place there.
Ah!
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Because he's a baby. He's just a baby boy. Stop accusing him of things.
Cammy, he's dead.
Because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Stop accusing him of things, Kazuma.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
During cahoots. But if this testimony holds up, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case, which is just wrong.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Oof.
I was told to find the bitter truth. Shut your poor mouth.
Now, last I checked, I'm the lawyer and you're the one on the stand here, so shut up.
Literally. Shut your whore mouth, Judge Jigoku. Judge Joke! Haha!
Hold it!
Got him! Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manner.
By which you mean that the baby girl was there to... I mean... Sorry.
That was certainly in the
Around.
that was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I'd never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
What, Cammy?
I just realized that I'm speaking for the main character and I can say whatever the fuck I want. I was
Oh
like,
god,
ooh,
we've given her too much power.
ooh, I have agency. I have agency now. Oh my
Believe it or
God.
not, most of us haven't. Swoops in to take the voice back. Stop putting words into my mouth, weird crazy lady!
How dare.
Anyway, there was no time to call for help for the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Dun, dun, dun.
Go on?
Hold to stop talking.
What?
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 Oh, she's going on strike now. She's going on strike.
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Iponse is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can get out using a quick Ippon Soi throw.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Okay.
The man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, isn't it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
Why is he being so mean suddenly?
God damn.
Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place. No murderer took place in my cabin.
What an ass.
Hold it!
I liked him, and now I don't.
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that the idea of yours now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed in the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Not unless...
People, stuff happens. People die. What makes you so special? The one time I can actually pull off that joke.
God, that was such a awful trial.
I know.
Out of my mind.
Stuff happens. People die.
Their bodies remain at the same spot.
I don't think there was any context for that whatsoever.
I know, that's the best part. It's okay. It's like a funny
Their
ins.
bodies remain at the same spot. No, they don't. Not necessarily. It takes two people to commit a goddamn murder. They could have moved the body.
What happened to protesting?
I'm getting one.
That was such a protest. Oh my
there.
god. That was
Well, then. Obviously, that lady was acting up pretty profusely, but obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but
Passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
The murder had taken place aboard the ship. You would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
that's killed that idea then. Mrs. Otto?
back, Kemi, I apologize.
All good, all good. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them.
Oh, so much for that.
Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
You're so mean.
I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
There's no possibility that I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
He was so angry.
Hold it!
There is an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembark at the same time and pass through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
She did come for my snack.
I was gonna say, if you have food, Eros is probably there, Kami.
I'm
There's
like,
no ifs,
I,
ands, or buts.
I like thought I heard her snort, and then I like looked around, and I'm like, okay, she's not here. And then I looked again, and she just appeared. I'm like, oh,
Poof.
poof, poof pug for food. And we met as soon as you arrived at the hotel. Hello, my baby girl.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No! So, we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that.
Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice.
Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
Eros, done.
And the fact is that Inspector Grayson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street.
I just realized you had the camera up.
If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin,
The body would have
oh, sorry.
the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
That could be a final realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Eros, you're not being a very good little actress right now. I just need your assistance.
Because the so-called guard post at your door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman that he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion.
That's right. None whatsoever. Okay. Yes, There's no possible way I could transport the victim's corpse back to Britain.
I like how Eros is just vibing. She's just like, Mom, please. Mom.
Please stop. No. Not like
Mom,
this.
please.
Mom,
please.
I don't have anything to suggest that he... Wikipedia! Help!
Wikipedia!
Vicky.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what my glasses are. Lamau. I've been looking for those all weekend.
Any ideas? Because I'm stumped.
Oh, that's better. Screens are in focus now.
1 second.
Give me a sec.
Since I have no idea what's going on, allow me to tell you how hard it is to play shooter games without glasses.
Present the commemorative photograph.
To... when?
The amended statement.
Why the amended photograph? Why this photograph?
The commemorative photo.
Ah! Okay. Bullshit!
Reminder, he was hiding in that exact same case earlier.
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? Oh god. Inspector Grogson. Oh god, I was going to say, I'm just reading that line, I'm like, oh no, he's becoming like Phoenix. This is the point where he becomes Phoenix, right? I would say the opposite is true. Well, I mean, if you think about it, Phoenix does kind of sort of say objecting. He sometimes does say, it's not possible this happened, you say? I've heard it a lot of times from Phoenix.
Yeah, but isn't Rhinosuke like his ancestor? So technically Rhinosuke started it.
I know, but I was just saying, like, oh no, he is forming the embodiment of Phoenix, right?
I can't believe you fucking said this to me, Alucard. In a public chat. I'm going to cry. You actually listen when I speak?
You know, there are times like these where I wish I had...
When I speak?
There are times like this where I wish I had someone moderating the chat.
I mean, you could make me a mod and I could do it.
Why do you want to mod the chat?
Mm-hmm. And what's that supposed to mean?
Why do you want to mod the chat? That had the same energy as just Jigoku's, and what is that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transport of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you can do.
What are you talking about, Ranosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when he first met you upon your arrival in London. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in front of the foyer to the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruto, certainly. Surely you're not suggesting.
I'm afraid I am.
I
Yes.
can speak English, yes.
3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Damn.
What?
Does Cammy's brain break?
My
Cammy's-
soul.
The soul has left the chat. The soul has left
First you find out.
left the chat.
Please don't
So-
with us.
so
Body and his luggage.
so let's recap everything that's going on. Let's recap what's going on, okay? So Cammy finds out that one of his favorite characters, Gregson, died. Then she finds out that he's possibly involved in assassination attempts and is actually working for the Reaper. And then now we find out that his dead body was actually with us when we first met up with Judge Jigoku.
I feel like emotionally attached to this man. I don't know what it is, but like, I've always loved the Sherlock Holmes series, and like, Gregson gives me such Watson energy.
And now he's dead. And a murderer.
The fact that he's like Scotland Yard. I feel like I relate to him on such an emotional level. And then all of this shit happened, and I am emotionally unstable.
And Cammy's slowly realizing too why I love Kazuma Asogi, because he's a fucking dick sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I
It
still
could.
don't like him.
Because I happen to know
This too.
I love
that
Asogi.
the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside the trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
Sorry, is that Alucard still in the chat? Oh, good, he is. Alucard, I have a gift for you.
Oh no. But inside his trunk. So horrifying.
And after we...
I will politely ask you to look at your DMs, Alucard. And for everyone else, I will share this in Ace Attorney memes.
Okay.
Oh no.
Do not tell him what I just said.
Of course I won't.
Oh my god.
Oh.
No, I literally just finished making that.
My god. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh my god.
Technically it wouldn't go in Ace Attorney memes, it'd go into Dungeons and Dumbasses. Just saying.
Yeah, true.
Tomato,
but-
tomato.
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
You had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene.
Random shit together during streams.
Hoppa, 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 hoppa. I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
I wonder what this game sounds like in Spanish.
But yeah, Alucard, hope you enjoy.
Does it have a Spanish translation?
I think I'd have to go back to the main title and change the language.
Damn. was like, what
No.
languages does this game have? How many different voices can I hear? Y'all probably know this, but I watched Encanto so many times in so many different languages. Spanish was still the best, top tier. English, and then the Japanese one gets an honorable mention because Kamandare Denki's VA is Kamiro.
Council, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku? You little bitch. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
And that
Well, this is all very heartening.
is it?
I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations of that already.
Judge Shigoku, please. Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime.
Also, because Cammy asked, so I can't find a list of what languages were available for text, though I assume Spanish would be one of them, but for voice, I think it's just English, Japanese.
That's so upsetting. Because, like, okay. I know I've talked about this to Cam, but, like, have any of y'all, like, actually seen Encanto in Spanish?
I think you have shown me clips of it, but I've never watched it in full.
It is literally so fucking good, bro. Like, we need to add it to movie night. Like, I don't care how many times I've made you guys watch Encanto. We're watching it one last time in Spanish. I'll fight y'all. I'll kidnap y'all. Test me. You know I will.
Yeah, I know. I don't doubt that.
I know you know how to get into my house. I fully expect being kidnapped. It's fine. As the accused, Barack Fancy
really
shot the
quiet.
victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove something, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning in the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room of Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How could you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I don't know what that evidence is. I'm just going to quickly have a peek, and then I'm going to present it.
While you do that, I'm gonna go grab the last of the sangria.
Okay, what's it contradicting though? So he's still claiming the crime happened on Fresno Street, but if he was shot in
I know what it is, so if you think about it, and if you don't get it, I'll tell you.
Guys, raccoons would be such useful pets due to their thumbs, but unfortunately they also possess the devil's mischief and can't be trusted.
I need a bit of assistance. I'm unsure.
It's a
It's a little
photo.
weird.
It's a photo.
Is it his death photo?
Why do you think he's curled up in a ball?
Cause he was in the box.
Ding, ding, ding! There you go.
Our winner is you.
A winner is you!
A photograph of a victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
You're a winner.
You're a wiener.
No, you're a winner. It's Big Rigs over the hills racing.
I have achieved logic.
You're a wiener.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself.
Huh?
If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. Bullshit! I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Ah! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though, the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if that began to catch enough confined space. I can't talk today. Oh god.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh!
Oh.
Present my trunk! I refuse!
What?
On what grounds? Bitch. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling baseless accusations.
Why did you
Damn.
But it sounded like you said I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I was like, what?
I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs!
Mr. Important Pose?
Pretty bad.
Wait, can I read that again?
Interesting.
I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan.
Hey,
What is-
Cartman.
This thing, like, turn of phrase. A stripling is just like a juvenile. More
Yeah.
traditionally, a young man.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
It's being used to, like, insult him, but no, it's just being used
to be fair,
a general turn of phrase.
I mean, in fairness, he is also he was technically on trial for murder at some point that that Judge Jigoku's personally oversaw in the first place. So
Yeah. I'm just saying. I wasn't sure. I was like, is this gonna be like an insult? Because he's not prosecuting, defending? I don't know. I just thought it was a weird turn of phrase. I looked it up. It means something very,
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information.
Stick 'em up!
Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh.
Get him, Rhinosuke! Get his toes!
Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
Kick his ass! I got your flower, babe!
Kick his ass, baby! I got your flower, Rhinosuke!
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi?
What?
Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What?
You're surprised!
Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you! You admit to the... No! I admit to nothing more than what I have said. Of killing a man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it! If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi!
You.
This is just
I never
turning
thought
into-
you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jikoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
And you're on your third marriage, Sharon!
Sorry. All I can think about is like them arguing at like the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Like I said, we're gonna keep going until this is over, so I don't know how far we're in.
Well,
We're 2.5 hours.
the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question.
Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this. Why can't he just call you a young man, Mr. Naruhodo? Why must he say you strip?
Counsel for the defense, please.
Susato-san, what the fuck?
He calls you for young striplings.
Save that for your personal time, please.
He's insulting me. He's insulting Mr. Naruhodo in court, Mr. Strongheart.
What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion.
He's a bitch.
The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it.
How?
And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... well...
I don't know. What say you?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not going to ask you two, but I will ask Cammy's opinion, what she thinks.
I have an opinion?
You and I don't know what happens next, so it's only natural.
I have an opinion? Oh my god! I have agency as a whammon! Sorry, that was out of pocket. I'm so sorry!
Me?
I retract my statement. I retract my statement. I'm going to decide on my own.
Cammy?
Sorry, y'all have been using like she, her pronouns all evening and I could not resist.
Cammy, I was gonna ask, have you taken your meds today?
No.
Yeah, I can tell.
I have taken my anxiety medication today. I have not taken my, the only thing that's coming to mind is Adderall adjacent. I think it is... Wait, hold on, okay. So, Cosmo said that he left.
Mm-hmm.
Was there proof that he left the cabin?
So far as we know it, it's coming down to two things. Either Jigoku killed him and then turned in the body himself, or Kazuma killed him, supposedly, and left the body for Jigoku to dispose with. There's no actual evidence to prove that Kazuma left the room right afterwards. Oh, is there?
Okay, so then it's impossible.
Is there evidence? Oh, yeah, there is.
There is.
There.
That he left.
Yeah.
It's the
It's
evacuation
impossible.
notice, right?
Exactly.
Judge Jigoku,
Okay.
let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel.
Take that!
This itinerary for the crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings that he was not on the boat. You're not on the boat.
There is no
He
boat
spent a
involved.
night at the boarding house in town.
Which I'm sure the court will agree with is conclusive proof. That Kazuma Sogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. Ah!
Wow.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting waiting for a chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Oh, no! There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and make it look as if the murder happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Shashiro Jigoku?
He's gripping that bead.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began.
The bead.
Oh. Looking back at it now,
I meant to say
my
the
fate was
bead.
decided that day. I was doomed already.
Oh, he's about to implode. Oh shit.
Ah!
Oh. My god.
Dun,
Ah!
dun,
It's over! My life is over!
She just. Oh.
One winged angel plays in the background.
A British assassin to eliminate professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself.
I swear to fucking God, if you're gonna say Lord Van Deeks again. Ah.
So that means that the assassin exchange was.
Wait a minute.
Oh, did you realize something?
Planned by the Reaper. Yeah, I have a theory.
Have you connected the dots?
I think I've connected them.
You probably haven't connected. No, I'm joking.
I probably haven't connected shit, but I think I connected them.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Spit it out, you whore!
Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. There was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh. How awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I had received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I'd never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
No fucking way, he actually killed him?
Let's let it play out. There's probably more to this.
The revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could have taken the body up on the deck and thrown it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were together for the evacuation drill. So, before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that where the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Huge Bone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course, conceived one of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suspect it drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang at around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Also, I'm sorry for breaking the table.
Again.
It's still not there, it's gone.
It's just gone.
Completely decimated the judge's stand.
It's fine, we didn't need that.
Yeah.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you can say. Nothing you can say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough!
Oh, he angry.
I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with all now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court.
Dun dun dun.
This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
He's guilty.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
That's it.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, hey, the bench is back.
Ah, I guess they just have spares?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry, I was talking to my dog. I was just outside of my room.
You know, despite the
baby.
You know, I'm just gonna comment this right now. I don't think we're done yet. I think we're far from done.
Hours, and I don't think we're done yet.
Yes. Thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about his mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeus.
Of course he would object. We're not done yet.
Objected.
Him?
He's yelling. Oh.
Hey,
The
the other
prosecution.
I look away for 3 seconds.
No,
The
who objected?
prosecution
The other
calls
bitch in the room.
for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
I mean, to be fair, we're not done yet.
Well, clearly
Sorry, I'm just
not, if he's
pouring.
objecting.
I mean, if we're hold on a second, let me just pour some more Coca-Cola. Keep myself awake while we continue doing this.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Ababa.
Nevertheless, Barak Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well,
It would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, a Barack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
what?
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks and the Winning League started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he's had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
We're not done yet, kids!
Round 2.
Is Cosmo being a stick in the mud?
There's the foot.
Leggy!
You stick his leggy out real far?
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this file and accusation hasn't sat with the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks!
Here, I'm listening. I'm just turning my mic off real quick.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now. Crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
The defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous.
And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right. He's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today to determine to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend.
And that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
I sneezed.
Oh. I was like, I promise, my mic's just off.
Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
As you wish, my
I
lord.
might be high-key trying to epilate my armpits.
Get the
Ouch.
hairs out of theirs.
Ouch.
Get the
God.
little hairs. Get
I've
ready
never
for
taken
summer.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have
I thought you were gonna
inflicted
say
another to kill.
later, and I was like, Lord Fancy.
I have been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryanosuke Naruhodo,
Yes.
let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So, it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Duh. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I've never taken life, nor been instructed to kill another. Might as well press everything. So, you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with one word answer on this. I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Sorry, while you do cross-examination, I'm going to the bathroom quick.
Fair enough.
Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who have been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I could possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
And your investigation led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want
want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. Ah, sorry. We've worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even?
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grouse, in the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location?
That if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Cubone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder.
Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past.
Alright, I'm back.
And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about that this just doesn't sit quite right with me. Myself, Gregson, and Dr. Yeah. This is it, right?
Yep.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My voice cracked there. What? My brother's autopsy report?
I can imagine Van Zeeks just had his voice crack actually in that sense. He's like,
So did
he's,
I, actually.
he's just so shocked that it was presented that his voice actually legitimately cracked.
What? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records that relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone employed the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. Thank you.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Impact Hisoki was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Oh, he pissed. He pissed about that. Him saying that.
He peeve.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Steeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
Damn,
That's
Kyle.
outrageous.
Well, joke's on you. It happens about many years later.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers I recruited for the assassin exchange. Ten years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
Huh.
Whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast it. Hold on. Cough, cough. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago! You must see that without evidence. There's nothing more than a wild accusation!
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin I recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. Well, we waited for my supposed mark. In Joku's cabin. I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're Sogi's young lad, aren't you? And what? You're going to cut me down with that thing? Is that it?
It will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So you admitted that the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak.
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the late coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barack Van Zieks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as it was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who I can't say that.
Liazed?
Lias? I don't know.
Liazed, yeah.
I think it's supposed to be like the
liaison.
Yeah, it is.
Liaise.
With...
Sorry, my brain was trying to comprehend the word I was thinking about and then like add it to the word that I was reading. And then also try and like comprehend what Cam had said.
Fair enough.
It was trying its best. Anyway, yes, liaise.
Liaise with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Ah.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity
Maybe I should close the window in here.
can only be that of a man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barack Van Zieks.
Dun, dun, dun.
I was kind of hoping for a fourth one.
Oh, you ejected.
Cosmo Soki. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears, his shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What?
Lord Van Zieks?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain.
Uh-oh.
Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then Yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You.
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up, and I agree. I had a feeling this would come up at some point. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Totally.
It's Mil Strongheart. Isn't it?
Is it?
Go with your gut, bruh.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was Strongheart because he's the only one with the power enough to like have that kind of pull, you know?
He
Also,
has
sorry.
the power of God and anime on his side.
He does. But like, sorry, I was talking.
I mean, the facts point to him. He wasn't
They
like
do.
they do.
100%. Sorry, I have zoomies right now.
Fair.
I can tell.
Alright,
Yeah.
well, present your accusation.
No, guys, it was Iris. No.
Iris is
The
the
on-
Reaper of the Bailey.
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
Dun, dun, dun.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
If we're gonna poke, well, Lord Van Zeeks.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shishiro Jigoku.
Oh shit, we lost Kimmy.
Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
I think Anne's internet might just straight up died.
Yeah. Oh, there she is.
Oh,
The foot is back.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Wouldn't be out of the question.
I was like, don't they literally do that in Ace Attorney though?
Yeah, they do.
You,
quite a lot, actually.
you mean to say,
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Oh, shit's getting serious.
Well, you accused him of being the Reaper of the Bailey, bruh.
So how does it feel to be involved in your first three-way trial?
Holy shit.
Everyone's
Okay,
just yelling at each other.
pretty much. Come on, let's keep it going.
Some people would
Following
call
Inspector
friendly
Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
Cam.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we could do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down to pursue the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy.
The ghost of Tobias Gregson!
No.
My voice cracked so hard during that. I'm so sorry you guys had to hear that.
It's fine.
He's gone through extraordinary...
Grown adult. I can't even speak.
He's gone through extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as to dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. I know who it is. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who? Rhinoscape. Who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
You an owl?
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
Kazuma.
I'm not doing this. Not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person I would like to call Eugene Mikatoba.
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikatoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Shishiro Jigoku and Genshin Impact the Sogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikatoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened at an autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What?
Oh, but Professor Mikatoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in a minute.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did. Yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
I
this time. I don't have the requisite the evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
Dance, puppet, dance. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Oh.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku.
I actually forgot Lord Strongheart said that to Kazuma. Oh.
That hurted. I felt
Yeah.
that. I took the psychic damage from that shit. That, oh my god.
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage!
As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
I can't. Fucking.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be reprimanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
This man.
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh, he's defeated.
Oh. Yo.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Imagine standing in your courtroom just trying to find out who the fuck killed your father. And the
Oh, it's Greg. It's Sholmes.
and
Mr. Sholmes.
Hey!
And the judge being like your homicidal maniac father. Like, what would you say to that?
I.
What? Why would you say that?
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Oh my
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the operation of Shiragoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
It has the epic Shoals music too. It's great.
Yes.
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along with the prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy.
Yeah, sure.
For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The officers
I'm-
down. You good?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
King shit
Just-
right there, right? King shit
Sorry,
right
I'm
there.
just falling in love a little bit. It's okay.
Right?
Like you haven't been in love with Sholmes this entire entire fucking time, Cammy.
Yeah, but you know when you just fall in love with the person a little bit more?
Same energy as only you can prevent forest fires.
Literally.
Like, he's just
Yeah.
giving me another reason to love him, like, please.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he recalls the child to an end, then it must end. But what will that really do? It's a stock thing that be called unseen.
Stock things.
Things indeed.
Is there a single person here present? What? Oh, what's? The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
Summon the witness.
I'm the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese man is reprimanded in custody.
I feel like that was
My lord, you assured those present that you had uncovered the whole truth here.
multiple voices going over each other would have been,
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
British law!
As host to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
I was right, it is multiple people, so
On with the trial. Testify. 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 Testify.
Testify! Testify! Oh, they're actually chanting!
Testify.
Oh, everyone shut up for a second, they actually are chanting.
Yes, we know. Yes, we know that.
Ah, the sound
Don't
of
sass me,
forest.
Andrew!
Well, my lord. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Our recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Nicotoma is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Shlomes, you-
Right now.
You didn't know this would happen, did you?
I believe this is what you call checkmate.
Oh, my kid!
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes.
Not gonna lie to you, playing this part was one of the moments where, like, my jaw dropped to the floor and I was like, oh, Sholmes, you fucking brilliant! Oh my
Sholmes is
god!
showing us that he's actually supposed to be Herlock Sholmes, and I am fucking wet for it.
Oh God.
Let's go!
I mean, you know what? I give that man a good hug. He deserves it.
I'd give him more than a hug.
I mean, I would too, but I
spit
question.
out my drink, Cammy. What the fuck?
I
I
made Alucard spit out his chicken soup. Cam spit out his drink. I'm on a fucking roll. Now I just need to ride Sholmes.
And Cam is dead.
Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. We'll not find out the ending to the story.
Finishing this! I'm not done yet.
Officially, the trial is over, so we're done. Bye. Thanks for watching.
No. No.
Kyle, keep going.
Correct.
You are
Incorrect.
of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
I'm tearing this family apart. Yes!
Just wait.
Get on top of the fridge! Get up there!
I'm tearing this family apart, just like real life.
But of course,
Ah.
I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes!
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. Still in my pocket.
She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course!
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horror it tries to drown me under.
Oh, haha, a maelstrom.
But
Alright.
To be
So here-
continue contoured.
Last
Sorry.
trial.
This is the finale. We gotta finish.
Okay, well, we've been going for a while and we're still going to keep going, but I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick break. So,
Ooh, we're taking a
we'll be
break.
back shortly.
Yes. How long's the break?
All right.
Just finishing stupidity.
All right. Here we go. Oh, she's here.
We have so many characters to do, guys. Let's go.
So, I once again asked for someone to take over Reinosuke. No, I'm kidding. I'll take him. I'll keep him.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you, is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She just appeared.
And staring intently.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring onto the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Speaking of perjury, if I can direct your attention briefly to Ace Attorney memes.
Oh dear God, what did you do this time?
Kyle, what did you do?
Please, only you can
Away from
prevent.
my computer for
Only you can prevent false testimony.
God damn it.
Thank
Damn.
you, Alucard, for that idea.
Just don't encourage him.
I mean, in his defense, it's not like that was his fault. Directly, anyways.
Don't fucking encourage him.
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled here, I
Just
think.
made it happen.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it has been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
You should understand that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh, come on, man. If you're going to be talking like this, go frickin' move over with Kazuma. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. A secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course.
Gregson.
Dreg's son. Well, he's dead. You can defile his name as much as you'd like now at this point.
No, he was a good
Yikes.
man. He was a good man. He just wanted his fish and chips, bruh.
If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin Impact, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death results from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixiating the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Turn that off. Sorry, there's...
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of
Humorously.
Identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sony, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Objection. No. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped them out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. How's it taste your own medicine, bitch?
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, you bitch.
I'll be right back. I need to get Phoenix.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Oh, Cam.
Following the Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Koi, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Ah! Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may have not been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Impact Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. She admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin Impact had never kept a dog.
A true hound of hell.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
And does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound... Oh, sorry. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Dr. Gory?
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Dr. Gory, what was it?
Calm the fuck down!
Yo, bro.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does this beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip through over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Impact Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin Impact wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger.
The digitus cordis.
Digitus cordis of his left hand, yeah.
Yeah, the fourth ring.
Yeah. I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy report, Genshin Impact was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Sogi's ring has been entered into the court record. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Well, let's go investigate it right now. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting this equally flat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws are really sharp.
Oh my. That was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto. Even for you.
Ugh, who would make such a dangerous ring? You can swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay.
Now.
Right?
Right. That's it? Okay, well that's apparently it for the ring. Okay. I was kind of expecting more. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Impact the Sogi's arrest.
Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barack Van Zieks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago.
He's true.
My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
Can't deny that fact. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
That's perhaps just because 10 years ago something happened that has been weighing on his mind.
Oh?
I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Remove any trace of doubt.
We could establish that Cosmo-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if we might uncover, it could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you, whatever might happen.
Okay, so there's no obvious, no signs of other things just because. Okay, I need So, okay. So the ring could do... Yes, please.
Ryanosuke said the ring could do considerable damage if swallowed.
Yeah, that's true. So I should present the ring in this statement.
Not that
Or
statement.
wrong. Previous statement?
Not
Oh,
that statement.
no. In signs of internal injury?
There you go.
Objection.
If there wasn't any signs, then that ring would not have been swallowed.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikatoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really did came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
Are you saying that Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And that he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Who wants to be Dr. Wilson?
Sure.
Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikatoba?
Well, if he did swallow a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
The
I was
Wilson's the bitch.
right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson is Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Goring, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Oh, she realized. Oh, she's coming around now. Hey. Well, what do you have to say to that, dude? Everything's it's turning against you.
How the
Dr.
turn
Gory.
tables.
Dr. Gory is looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes! Queen!
Hey.
Queen!
How the turns have tabled.
How the tables turned.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Isogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life?
Anyway, we all know what happened. Yeah. I don't think we need to recount the second memory. Do we need to recount the second memory?
Not that much, I don't think.
Look at baby Vanzeeks, though. Look at them,
Babies.
man.
Do you want to recount this memory again, or is this like a memory within a memory?
No,
It's the regular memory.
It's fine.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
yeah.
Memory.
Okay, are we back?
Woo!
Yeah, we all know what happened. Now we're back here.
It was on the ring finger on his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Oh! Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Well, wait. But... Genshin Impact was arrested 2 days after that attack.
Oh, how the turns have tabled.
And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Oh.
Shut up. We're
Oh,
defending
he's...
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him
Kazuma. Open your eyes.
Quit being a bitch.
Rhinosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that not why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Sogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! But if the autopsy report was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Ryanosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may have very well ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why that man would have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those revolts were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Stream, why are you dying on me right now? Hold up. Or are you forgetting that the two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we could only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial, he was fucking scared, bro!
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence.
Is it these Soki papers?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, I'm too far from that. Okay, got it. What would be the... What is the answer?
It would be the dismissal notice.
Oh.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Impact Hisogi's silence during the trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution, on the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working the prison at the time. Those notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Sogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court,
he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First, fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Ah!
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, who wouldn't be any trouble, my lord?
What?
My dear friend may appear to be a little rattle-pated at times, yes. But I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Another
Mr. Shlomes did what? That?
Another show?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
gee.
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Oh my god. The madman did it.
Mikatoba and Sholmes are like the gay best
Iconic.
friends I needed in this game.
Right?
It's finally me and you and you and me and us and your friend Steve. Do 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 Steve.
Steve is Judge Shigoku, but he gets
yeah.
cuffed because he murdered a bitch.
Yeah.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared. As you declared at its outset.
Yeah.
Bleh. I said it. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Don't bite your words, bitch!
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Oh!
Wouldn't you?
I see what's happening here. He's finally giving...
Happening here.
Oh.
He's giving them the
my
chance
thing
to...
in my mind was, I see what
He's still
happened
fucking
here.
back there. What's this? It feels as Sean put a whole lot of faith in someone who could totally have failed. Imagine if he failed to defend and you just watched everyone sadly walk out when he was
Or,
trailed by like 6 dudes.
I can see what's happening, and they don't got a clue. They'll fall in love, and here's the bottom line. Our trio's down to 2.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Oh, was this me? Oh,
I think
okay,
that
go
was
ahead.
Kimmy.
Cammy, go
Hi,
ahead.
Very kind. Governor of Barclay Prison.
And
It's Kyle.
Vigil was Kyle.
Everyone calls me Oh wait, hang on a second.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
He's so cute.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Gosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. Was not. Oh Jesus, that was a word.
A convict from your escaped... A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could have never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Soki out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
God, hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
Witness, Governor Caden.
Yes, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court and explain what exactly took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
And they're going to say, nope, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I'm kidding. That'd be funny if that's an entire testimony. We hadn't. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Governor Caven. Yeah.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Soki right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot.
I did not care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for His Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized the plan?
I do not condemn that.
You're saying that you don't know?
Listen, there was no thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions, I just do what I was told to be do. More than that, I could not tell you.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asoki and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asoki admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Clem.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my bitch.
God damn it, Andrew! God!
Yeah, I'm done with this bullshit, so I'm just gonna start calling him names. I'm not even gonna respect him as my lord.
I'm down for it.
Fuck it.
I'm
He's
down.
definitely the Reaper of the Bailey, and he is trying to pull this whole farce to get everyone else to be like, nah, it can't be Lord Strongheart. No, not my Lord Strongheart.
No,
Yeah,
this
so-
is a long elaborate way of saying I'm the judge, fuck off.
Yeah, basically.
Take your fucking testes, bro.
All right, let's keep going. Come on, let's.
I'll take
We're
your
we're,
testes on the open fire like a chestnut.
Information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
absolutely.
Got these bitches balls.
I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity. The bitch.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Ah.
All right, let's go.
I just thought of a really bad joke. Or a really bad thought at the very least.
What?
I was like, because he was like, oh, you Japanese are tenacious. My first thought was, oh, then you haven't met an American yet.
Ouch.
God damn it.
Oh my god. Anyway. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
It's Mr. American in the chat. Mr. American in the chat. Have I hit a nerve? Sorry. I just saw the 3 little dots and I was like, yes, I've done it.
It's fine, we're in Canada, he can't hurt us.
That's a lie! It's
Okay,
a lie, I don't know it!
He can't hurt us
you.
physically.
He can hurt you, Cammy.
He can also hurt you, Cam!
I didn't say that joke. That wasn't me.
Anywho.
Alright, that's right. All I can be sure of is what was official.
Oh, sorry.
Was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me.
I cannot say even with certainty that I did not originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from the higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who is behind it.
You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. Lights off on the ground, as it were. We didn't bother little speculation. We just got the job done.
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
And poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Oh, I kind of, despite the fact that I kind of do feel a bit bad for both of them, because it kind of does seem like Governor Caden didn't want to scapegoat Vigil, but had no choice but to do so, and I do really feel bad because I can't even be mad. Like, I'm just so sad I feel bad for the both of them. Oh, I got no comment from that. Okay, fine.
Alright then.
Yeah.
Who else did know about the plan?
I mean, at this point, it's kind of everyone got coerced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody got fucked over.
Yeah.
I've never the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I'm not surprised that there were other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders.
So, you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you. Is that the night that it actually happened? The person at the reins was Dr. Steven.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Oh, that was close.
What?
I'm good. I'm good. I got up out of my chair, sat back in my chair, and completely missed the chair.
Ooh.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Just
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I did not know nothing about that. Speaking. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can do that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Anyone saying anything? Nope.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Impact Associates shot dead in Locate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting all of the drug out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe that that's the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Hey! Mr. Vigil, is there something wrong? Oh, he's violently rotating.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? I will never understand these people. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah!
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asoki never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, It's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
That's go on then.
He's pissed. He knows what's up.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Would you like to read this?
It seems to me that the Japanese fella did not have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
But he did.
Admitting to the crimes? That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I can't see that myself. After all, the prosecution did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carl, eh?
This
That was a really complex story.
discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility in this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You could holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago, all you like. But if you cannot establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use to be any kind of bargaining at all.
Well, the witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of the prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So, Hasogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be working at the prison later.
I really don't think Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on it what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
So I know it's at the end. He had nothing to bargain with, you say. Is it now the Asogi Papers?
Yes,
Yep.
it is the associate papers.
Good.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Impact Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Abas, the fella couldn't possibly had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Impact Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You
Oh.
squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
weapon.
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of that jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, the exhaustive search was made of the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you were ordered to your persons have to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Huh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential of making great waves somehow?
James, what the places are you blithering about? The will was found right in front of her. And the fellow said, cell where her cell would be.
Oh, I did it again.
Ow. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Gods, how do you lawyers do this all day?
Well, you did not do a proper job, eh? You appealing rally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, eh? Did I not? You lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It was written in Japanese and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Impact Isogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, idiot. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Sogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would give given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at a Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake?
As it has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Dun dun dun.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? Ow. No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isogi Papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Virgil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without ever letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
Clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's
It's
clear
clear
that
that-
someone. Oh, you. What did you say?
We should hit him off with the chief order.
Have him testify again!
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
Testify! Testify!
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth.
No!
Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Get his ass!
Yes, sir, my lord.
Oh my god, is he actually the key to this entire case?
This is the last testimony, by the way. I'm just telling you.
Here we go.
Mr. Vigil! Yeah!
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Only found. Who would have brought the Sogi papers when a directive telling me to impound them? The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar in the once, eh? We fur? I don't know what that means.
Ah, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Oh, come on, my man!
Remember, kids, wiggle to assert dominance.
Oh,
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
alright, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it is my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, bastard! I'm gonna keep calling him names until it's done. Okay, hold on. I do need to review what did it actually say? I don't remember. Leave it to his son. Deep sadness of fate, but I'll never see. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Alright, let's press him. Let's go through this again. So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet, he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw with him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report it, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
The Bampot eye, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in the cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it to have remained there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell.
Well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
He has a point, yeah.
A prison governor cannot be expected to convey the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Sorry, hold on.
Snacking on the stand.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot disappeared completely in my face."
I like how his cravat is actually at.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's done to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. And then, before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Jebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. And the day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi Impact to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. Sorry.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more water.
Sure. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecution's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't know. I didn't know before, I didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fell cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Soki clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have been more... Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Rhinosuke.
Respectful silence. The warders carried the firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed to have a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote the letter before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing documents to the prosecutor's office.
Suzuri inkstone, black sesame ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
You can continue with him if you want, or I can take him back, Andrew.
Your call.
Why? I asked a question.
Okay, fine. I'll...
Sure.
Sure, fine. Okay. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming mass jet of... A squirming massive jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Hello? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Visual? Mr. Vigil!
Sir, Scarlet, sir.
Eh.
Cammy had the same reaction as Rhinosuke.
What?
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry,
I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
Hey, asshole! The defense asked Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibility or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness.
Oh, I was not expecting him to interrupt there.
Is that really what you saw?
Ah, well, sir.
Is something wrong, Lord Bitch?
Lord bitch.
I apologize. Continue.
Ooh. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo?
For Lord Bitchass to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, then have it! You can plainly see it written here. It's as black as the arrow hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, wasn't it? Was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Visual really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
That testimony doesn't give much away.
So this really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Soga's actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Sogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but it feels though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, see what we can learn. Can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely. Every time Susanna talks, it's right as I'm taking a sip of water.
That's unfortunate.
The document written in scarlet ink.
Not the
Hold on.
statement you should be. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is the statement.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look through all the evidence here. So, barring all this information about him... Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. I wonder. Sorry, I'm just grasping at straws right now. But
It has nothing to do with the sword.
I know. I just wanted to look at the sword. It looks cool. Okay, it was written in scarlet ink. So what did he really see then?
Is there anything left in Gregson's trunk?
No, we're done with Gregson. Like there's no we're done with him. There's nothing else from we're looking at stuff from the past.
Scarlet ink stays visible.
Oh!
Read the additional note there, baby.
All right, are you ready?
Do it. Present it.
Kick his ass.
Kick his ass. I got your phone, babe.
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Others again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report.
My brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something written here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Council?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document appended in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe, it can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil.
Sir.
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament.
Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
No.
You really think...
Mr. Vigil did indeed...
Henry just used the marbles.
What's going through your mind now, Cammy?
Well, before we continue, Cammy, what's going on right now? What are you thinking?
Your cousin's dad had Clint Van Zeek's last will and testament that would exonerate him from the crimes that he had been accused of. And now it's mysteriously gone, and Genshin Impact Asogi is dead. So he can't tell us where the thing is. That would clear his... Oh my god.
Alright, well, if you're ready, if y'all are ready, let's get this going. But Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Impact Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he never would have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi Impact came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will have possibly contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained Information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Sit the fuck down, you unicorn-headed fuck.
No. No, cunt. That's unacceptable.
Oh! What did you say, fuckers?
The last will and testament that my father had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high and noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that will turn absolutely everything on its head. So, Cammy, you know how the spiel goes, don't you? We're at the very pinnacle, at the end point of the game. Oh, right, because we haven't gotten to that. See, it would be Kyle and Cam. I'm seeing very, very similar parallels to a certain case in another game right now. About this very moment of someone's thoughts in mind, someone's thoughts of an entire trial leading up to this very moment. So my question is, am I presenting one single piece of evidence as conclusive evidence, or at least point? No? Aw, darn. Okay, but I don't know. I'm getting that feeling because, you know, the fact that the screen got so dark and we're zooming in at his face is like
grinning at the camera, even though you guys can't see me right now. I'm grinning. But no, Andrew, you do not have to. There's no one hard piece of evidence.
oh, it's multiple.
I'm not saying anything.
Just keep going, man.
Keep going.
But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Otto.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi Impact was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Rhinosuke.
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Is it a confession?
Why don't you try it and find out?
We're not gonna tell you shit, bud. You're on your own here.
Obviously, it must have been an
An accusation.
Yes, revealing the true identity of the oh.
Explain why so you took it.
No, I'm gonna pretend I didn't do that. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so my possible other my other possible hunch may have been. I don't know if this is correct. Yes, I was right. That silence means everything.
You can do this, Mr. Naruto.
I believe what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
Confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Shut up! You don't know what he's about to say.
Enough! Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be... I appreciate this must be hard to take in. I don't know if they meant to say appreciate or if they meant to say something else.
No,
I think that
appreciate's
might be a
correct.
weird trick.
Appreciates correct.
Okay. I appreciate that this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi Impact at all.
No. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man to believe to be... It is in fact the man believed to have been the victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself.
What?
Surprise, your brother's a murderer.
Surprise! Your brother's the fucking professor!
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice.
He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator.
The general public ever found out, law and order would be blah blah blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruto.
Lord Barack Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order in the court!
Lord Van Zieks,
I have a headache now.
the professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes. He did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It just so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collie you described was Balmong's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from a human prey.
So is it true then? Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrecoverably de-establish British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Waters sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor.
Yes, betrayed, but beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So, a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Ugh.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished.
Don't believe this. I can't believe you've done this. No.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
No. 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 No, 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 no. I do believe that part of what Clint Van Zeek said is correct, but...
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Cammy.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yeah, well, I don't doubt that it was the Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin Sasoki's ring was taken. That was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such, underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Fanzeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What reason?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it!
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
It was all the aid of keeping London safe.
Oh god. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once. Not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
no, that's not it.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
No.
Objection!
Thank you, Cosmo.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My Lord
bitch.
Strongheart. I'm afraid I must insist that the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, you must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I don't know how far back I can go. It's Van Zeek's, isn't it?
Nope.
Cause no, Strongheart. So it's Strongheart then.
Of course.
Of course it's strong.
Of course, yeah.
He let something slip.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Renosuke, think back to his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint, Van Zeek, nor Genshin still walk the earth. However much we debate in this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 exonerate pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring, and 3-page last will and testament penned in black. It's the thing, isn't it?
What thing?
What thing?
It's the will and testament still, isn't it?
I don't know, is it?
Why don't you take
I'm-
another look at the Will and Testament? Tell me. Tell me how many pages it is.
Ah, Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Thank you, by the way.
You're welcome.
Explain what, Council?
Amongst the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you just said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Renosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Council. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words can be a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Sogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament.
Ah,
Could it be that that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle.
Governor Caden.
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for so. I remember the black worms like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
what?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Council.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the old document with me here now.
Ha! My father's message?
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once this trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should show the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wyrm language. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alright, what's the last will and testament say? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twisted thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head.
Father,
What is Karuma?
the name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. That
It's
was
the
so
katana's-
sassy, Van Zeeks. That was so sassy, Van Zeeks. What the
Ahem! It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecutor and counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment, blah blah blah. As the presiding judge, I be as accommodating as possible of the will of the court. However, despite all, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now.
Out of curiosity, let's quickly look back at this note for a second. Twist thy head.
Hint. Go to Kuruma.
Yeah, so let's twist the head
The
off.
head of the sword.
That's the head. Oh, hold on. Great blade, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yes. Just keep looking at
Then
it.
Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, or thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think it perhaps doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is at the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it is pronounced Kashira,
Kashira.
I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Sogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think. Oh. Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
So, scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at this signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks, and the date 10 years ago, on that fateful night!
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait, oh my goodness, look at this! This is unbelievable! Can we actually read what it says? Game! Why?
I get fucked.
The game will not allow you to know things before it is your time.
All right.
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. About that.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
Call him out, bitch!
We've heard your state time. You've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting the British law and order.
Stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there is nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Cammy's muted. Cam!
Mr. Naruhodo!
I have to present some decisive evidence or over, but can I?
Fuck yeah, you can.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have some evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that he had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
Van Zeke's hyping you up.
What is it, Krynosuke? What do you have?
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. No, don't.
Decisive.
Well, it would appear that there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Throw it at him! Throw it!
Take that! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was! Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Ooh, he's angry now!
Let's do this.
Get fucked!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
Oh, I held it up. It's rolled up inside this.
Inside Kuruma.
The ultimate weapon Genshin Impact Asobi has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword worn all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Oh, the signature and seal certainly look official.
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
It was a Genshin Impact. Yes, it was.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Oh, the foot's out.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. The squad teaming up. Let's go.
Lord Clint Van Six really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the Japanese.
W said.
No, 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 no!
We have a right to hear what's inside that will. A right, not a duty.
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear that as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as he hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Renfield. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
No, for God's sake. No!
Crying.
Are we?
Grace on a cracker.
Hold on. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. Oh. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of all 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who's habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of its menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Get fucked.
Penned, but
Strongheart, get fucked!
How's that for parting words?
contested, but not penned, but not badged.
I don't know if you guys
Look, Clint Van
together
Zieks.
yet, but
but remember when Holmes was like, "You don't want to read the Hounds of Baskerville"?
He knew the entire crime happened. He knew what happened
Mm-hmm.
this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he didn't want Iris to know what happened. Because he's the only other person who knew about this crime the entire time.
We certainly actually bring that up later, so...
Anyway, so we now know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. The extortioner, Lord Mail Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. Uh-oh.
That's Kazuma.
I know, it froze on me for a second.
Okay.
But you didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depth. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
I'm sorry, Levi just texted me and said just eating popcorn and listening to the drama as he's watching our stream.
Oh,
Yeah, he said that too.
The Reaper and the... Oh,
The
sorry,
Reaper.
that's...
That's me.
Yeah, that's you.
The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Shigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Shashiro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Oh, yeah.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
And not Strubber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
And then what do we do? Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? We had an agreement! You promised he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
So it was Judge Goku who pulled the trigger.
Oh, Strongheart was yelling at him.
Who shot Kazuma's father?
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged.
Holy shit.
When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened at Logate Cemetery that night.
Holy shit. Entire courtroom was quiet. Please tell me this guy isn't gonna...
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
I hate him.
Just before...
I hate him so fucking much.
Oh, hold on, hold on!
I just
Don't hold on me!
I just
No!
heard during that whole story, Cammy just go, like, the big gasp, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Anyway. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin's exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
In a comfortable bed, apparently.
Most comfortable, thank you. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darkest recesses of London's criminal underworld.
Sorry, having another banana.
How many bananas do you have?
As I said, I had a 5. This is the second one.
Please don't just sit here and eat 5 bananas.
No, I'm only eating 2.
I'm just saying, it's almost done. We're
Come on!
I'm
Oh,
like, Andrew, please do not eat 5 bananas at
don't worry. I
That
won't.
will destroy your digestive
Don't worry.
system.
Don't worry, I won't. I promise. Anyway, let's finish this up.
Hold on, Andrew, are you intolerant to anything like lactose?
No?
Yeah, if you ate all 5 of those bananas, you would have found out what it felt to be lactose intolerant and having a love of ice cream.
Out of curiosity, are you speaking from experience on that?
I'm very scared.
No, I know that part. I meant the bananas.
No.
Anyway.
I mean, I did eat a lot of goldfish once that I actually like started peeing orange.
What?
These are details I wish not to be shared.
You'll address that later.
Okay, first of all, I don't know if that's from the goldfish or the fact
No,
that
no,
you just ate and hold on, don't no me.
Can't.
Let me fucking finish. I don't know if that's from the goldfish or just the goldfish or the fact that you're fucking dehydrated and had the goldfish.
Probably both, because goldfish is a salty snack, so probably both.
So you just dehydrated your.
I'll deal with you later.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
spray you with a hose directly in the face.
Kyle.
Do it!
Use whatever
I dare
means
you.
God damn it! And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails, law and order reigns supreme.
Objection.
That couldn't have been further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection.
Behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Heading the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life in the pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of the London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for the Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly trust the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again!
Fuck, strong heart. Y'all, it is 2
Turn my
o'clock.
headphones down.
It is 2 o'clock in the morning and we are getting so into this. This is so funny.
Uh-oh.
Levi,
Uh-oh.
no! Levi texted me this trial is bananas. Pun intended.
Well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me.
I'm
A well-deserved
scared.
round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
I'm
Those
actually
delightfully
scared.
brave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
What the fuck is happening?
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses!
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Y'all, I slammed my fist down when Ryanosuke went objection. Ow, that hurt.
That's unfortunate. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. It would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. If we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must, at times, occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that we discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. Things Lord Strongheart done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand,
You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Fair means are foul. Also, thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
for your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favor. The Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
So, Cammy, how are you holding up over there?
Hold on. Let's play this out. Let's play this out.
Just ask because I saw you muted for a while.
I'm crying.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Rhinosuke.
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's only one path for me. Use evidence. Yes. As I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruto, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if all there's a time for using this particular item amongst evidence, it's now. It's Iris's lucky charm.
Pull the ears. Pull
Pull
the
the-
ears.
Pull the ears.
Oh my, yes, Mr. Jones asked if you had that with you earlier.
You expose all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Shums has already deduced exactly how the truth will unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Oh, this music! Ah!
It's
Yeah.
good, isn't it?
Absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave!
Alright, here it goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Slums!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
It's Mr. Slums! Oh, it's a projection. Wow. I wasn't expecting you back, Slums!
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Violence and translucent.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? Who can't get over me, Lord? We just go right through him.
We're dancing.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. See, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will.
Ah!
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Slums, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Schultz? What a modest description.
And, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Slums, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Slums?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping at the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You're, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking.
Who are you?
The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Slums, is Iris with you in there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What?
Go Iris. Go Iris. Go Iris.
What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. Close court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. And by dint of the Erlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Meddling.
This is
Yeah, this is.
meh.
Just as I appear to be standing behind you, regaling you with talk of my little invention.
Just look at Mikatomo being absolutely shocked, and Van Zeeks is just like,
Oh, Keep it away from me.
What the
Oh.
fuck, man?
Looks like he is refraining from bitch slapping Sholmes just because he knows he'll look like a fucking idiot when his hand passes through the hologram.
Yeah.
No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
You don't mean.
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
Oh. Get fucked.
Strongheart, get fucked!
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are.
Zeeks is like, I don't need to slap a child. Don't need to slap a kid.
Not. These people are just appearing in front of me.
Help!
Oh. Come on. Come on.
Message here from Her Majesty.
No, Fancy's just like, oh, what fresh hell is this?
It's like, oh my god, they're appearing in front of me now.
Dear God, they're multiplying help.
Literally.
A message. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Ahem. Forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
Oh, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Yes!
Get fucked.
Oh, here we go.
Be angry.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Right!
Oh my god. Oh!
Oh! Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh! Shit! Oh,
my
oh
God.
no. Oh, shit! Guilt. And you are considered guilty!
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Oh, that was a breakdown for the ages. Holy shit. Oh, look at that!
For him to just be impaled by the...
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asoki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
I mean, no one would have known that, honestly. Oh, the scale's gone. It's
Yeah.
still gone.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What?
Oh, I guess we didn't read the end of it. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Written and dictated, Clint Van Zeeks.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Aww.
Clint.
Bale Strongheart. You colluded with Shishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about it that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count in the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Ah.
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I have witnessed here today. Ah, that's the sound I want to hear.
That sound makes me so happy after this bitch's fucking song. Anti-man.
For all intents and purposes, we all love we all bow down before the gavel.
We do.
Oh,
We do.
Look at little Santa man, he's back, and I don't have to look at that ugly bitch ass face anymore.
Yay!
Yay!
Hey.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. After the circumstances of my brother's death, Mr. Naruhodo.
He addressed me by my name! Again! And in the public!
He
No
bowed!
need to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
He bowed to you.
Oh,
Damn.
Lindsay. My baby boy. Baba boy.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal, ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Shlomes.
What the fuck?
He's like, oh my god.
God, he's back.
Oh my god, he's back.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light, and that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never to avert our eyes from what is true, just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I salute you!
He's smiling!
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stromhard, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Oh, he disappeared again.
There you go.
Why does he keep doing that?
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zieks, not guilty. Yay! The thing is still gone! The fireworks appear! It's over!
He is not guilty.
That is all. The court is adjourned.
Oh, the gavel sound.
We all missed the gavel. Holy shit. It's 4 o'clock in the game.
It's 3
It's-
o'clock.
I know, it's 2:30 right now.
Yeah, it's not 4 o'clock yet.
In the game.
Oh, in the game.
Yeah.
I was like, wait.
It's- It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruto.
Oh.
Oh, here, I could take her back.
Okay.
I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Otto.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruto.
Actually,
I'd
Kate,
have-
you can take her back because there's another character of mine coming. So.
I'd rather thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Yeah, man, it doesn't really do that.
Mrs. Otto, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you ever could have imagined in court today. I feel as though I robbed you of something you held so dear.
Was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here.
Kazuma.
Oh, not again!
Mrs. Otto. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks,
They're both so hangy.
allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology.
Are you just gonna talk to yourself?
Apparently. No.
Kyle, do you wanna sub in for Van Ziek so Cam isn't talking to herself?
I can if you want me to.
Sure.
Might as well.
I guess.
Sorry, am I taking Van Zieks or Kazuma?
Van Zieks.
Okay.
Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
and I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
He's tearing up there.
They're so cute.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clinfancies wrote up before his duel with my father.
So he's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. Yeah, first, okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's the same line.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
Oh. I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
What?
Father.
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin Impact.
That kills me every time.
I know. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only had agreed to it, Shishiro and I would have gladly petitioned the government. Someone can voice Asogi. I'm not talking to myself again.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yunjin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Sorry, I had to do that. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Shishiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Hyunjin.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught the train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was. The old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanely possible for her and her child. Wait. No! It can't be! And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her. longer than I could care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
I think Gabby just figured it out.
That's right.
I think Carrie figured it out.
Cammy, what did you figure it out?
No. Continue.
I think okay. I think we're both. I think I know who it is. That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
Yep, Gaby's dead.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I can wake my mom.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution is this young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Can you see your picture? I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to do it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he's a heart of gold. Really, all of it can be said that I did it for the child. Was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words...
The name of my... Oh, sorry.
Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea.
So, okay, look. The moment that he started giving birth, he went to the house and was giving birth. Like, oh my god,
So
that's who Iris is actually Iris Van Zeeks. Holy shit!
Is actually fucking Ayame Van Zeeks.
Oh my god.
Yep. Which means Barrock is her uncle.
Oh, ding dong.
Yeah,
Ouch!
Rock Van Zeeks is her uncle.
Mr. Harada, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard!
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
I told you it doesn't feel
Ouch! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. You were just simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Lord Chief Injustice.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty, Queen Vicky, said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a tea more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
Okay.
I mean, after what he just found out, I don't know if I'd be able to process that either.
Yeah, I think he needs some time to process.
Girl is your niece
You have an obligation, Van Zeeks.
for the past 10 years? Like, damn.
Yeah.
No,
Anyway.
really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow, that pinch was... Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Look at this little smile.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wouldn't be the first time, and won't be the last time.
The bow.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes?
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
Oh, don't pull fucking Edgeworth.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Really not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your
Kyle.
pardon.
Kyle.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been free from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rhinosuke Naruhodo.
They're gonna be.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
They're gonna be besties. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. You must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Okay, how much further do we have?
It's
Yeah,
almost
fine.
done.
Said that like an hour ago.
It's just a little scene in here with a certain character, and then it's like the ending cutscene.
I'm home. Ah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. What's this? Oh.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? Where? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
I'm not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Bruno, there you are.
Dinner table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Lies, the food's still there!
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yeah, I'm losing my corpus clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a Daventurn dick, is he?
well, people can change, you know.
Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Yeah?
It's the inspector's pocket watch! And the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements in Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, yes, he was.
Oh yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh!
About that.
Alright then, it's decided. I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming.
Slight problem.
I'm not entirely sure that would work.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real dad is. Of course I have. I've wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Miki.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you know, oh no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Aww.
She just called Hurley her daddy.
With every
Oh.
word, Iris.
Aww.
Your baby. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Anyway. I'm not losing my marble. It's okay.
Okay. Oh.
I think, Nicotella,
Yes, Sholmes.
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes.
Your pizza's
But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
He's so silly.
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family.
My heart.
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruto. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of? Oh, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed when Genshin was... It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sasaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? Kyle, can you please? You don't mind?
From Big Toba?
Yep.
Sure. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me, and that was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
Oh, don't pull this! You pulled this with Spirit of Justice too! I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning to Japan with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruto doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best parts of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's who I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. And also my ancestors will be.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have!
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
It was then and there that the path the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney was born in this very room late at night. Or sorry, I guess in the courtroom, technically. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did. Yes, I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
She was there the whole time.
Man, we're both oblivious to this fact. We're stupid.
Yeah. I thought Kamina Naruhodo was not the most observant man despite being a defense attorney.
Okay, look, he's observant in certain aspects, not the best of other aspects. He's not observant to his surroundings, but he's damn well observant when it comes to finding inconsistencies and contradictions.
So you've made up your mind. You're gonna return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you want to decide, Naruto-san.
You did? Susato-san?
His attorney, do not hit me with this sad music. Don't.
Hey, 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 hey!
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's brilliant. He's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant by his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try and get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right. I am at... That's an understatement. We're 7 hours into the stream.
7.5.
Yeah.
Before I retire, let me say one more thing. Or one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. And just like leaving every other assistant, we're gonna part ways. Right? I mean, that's how it usually works, right?
Yeah, more or less.
I can't believe the day's finally come. Oh.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking, delicious tea. Oh, that lovely tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Oh, I guess I'll voice him. Well, it was a very brief union, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go say bye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that.
スサトさん
Oh, cool. I don't have to talk now.
I've
Nope.
just checked, Naruhodo-san.
Hey.
Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Hold on, I'm gonna quickly. Hold on.
My
Give me,
boy!
give me a sec. Well, let's just set that to a second. I'm sorry, I'm just annoyed by how long. Ah! Nice.
What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
My
He
kid.
sounds so like
I've
like
been
just
looking
so
forward to
aggressively
a wild
British.
time tearing up the streets
Well,
of Her
fun
Majesty's
fact about the
capital.
English
But,
VAs, they are Japanese British.
Well, we'll have
Yeah.
to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
All of them are Japanese
too.
British,
But we're both defense lawyers, so
which is why Rhinosuke sounds British as
I'm
well.
going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh,
They're
I see.
besties.
Aw. So we're fighting against each other.
Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Again?
Why?
Because I've seen it all. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Can I have another banana? Don't mind me.
You're having such an emotional moment.
The last time I came face to face.
I
with
mean,
but it
there's
was
another
unexpected.
innuendo for
I
banana,
wanted
but
to
I'm
kill him.
just gonna leave it at that.
Always
Can't,
known
no.
that the demons
No.
that live inside people.
Just,
No.
it's 3 in the morning, don't insert innuendos,
The fact that it
please.
very nearly
It's
consumed
3 in the
me is
morning
so
and we're having this emotional
until the
ending
end
of the
my
game.
days.
Don't.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
Prosecutor's path, let's go!
Resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will.
I was gonna say, he said no. Yeet! Throws in water.
Oh god.
Criminal.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am.
Yes, you are.
You never change it.
You
up.
are.
But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Cammy's just dying in the background.
So many shards directly to my heart.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side,
Baby.
no trial would seem too daunting. So, if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me.
Just kiss!
Together we can take on the world.
It is 3 in the morning. Just
Terribly incompetent.
kiss.
But if you have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh my god.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
God, you two are freaking
What's wrong?
No, Cosmo's sitting in the corner just like, come on,
Your
you
luggage, Susato-san.
dipshits, there's only so much I can do to set you up.
Sail any minute now.
I put you on the same goddamn boat in the same room. There was only one bed on the boat deck. Hey, get your shit together.
The goddamn hint.
It is?
There's one.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
There was only one room on the boat back to Japan, Naruhodo-san.
Your ship's about to leave.
Oh, it's Iris! That's what she sounds like.
Time to
She's
go
so
then.
baby.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Sir?
Oh, cutscene. Oh, no, it's an actual 3D animation. Ah!
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Cammy. Cammy's just.
I'm tired. I've had zoomies for the past 8 hours. My brain is tired.
As if I could.
I just need them all to kiss in their cute little polycule that they have going on.
I'm very
Like-
much indebted to you.
Oh, we get to hear Stomps!
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me
Man.
during my time in London.
Oh, man.
I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Oh, she's so cute.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Ah, that's how he says it. Ah.
And
Okay.
that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Here it is! Wait, no. Are you not gonna say it?
Come, the game is afoot.
Ah, nice. That's not what I was expecting, but...
You were expecting objection.
With our friends from the east, sail steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face is alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Aww.
I'm not crying. Y'all are crying.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Congratulations, you
Congratulations!
finished Great Ace Attorney.
You finished Great Ace Attorney!
After it only took 2 years to finish it. Holy shit, that was a wild ride to the end.
I
Holy
took my soul and just like threw it on the ground at the end there.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
just
I
so
am
you
not.
know.
I am not reading this either.
Honestly, the second we get to a good point, I'm yeeting myself into bed.
You know, that's fair.
Oh my god.
So
The end with fucking Iris and like Professor Wilson. We're Sholmes.
So, Cammy?
Yes, my question is for Andrew and Cammy. What did you think of that last chapter?
Ugh. If there's anything I expected from the first time I played the trilogy, this is exactly what I was expecting of writing from Shu Takumi. Like, it just felt like it was touched by the hands of the man who made the series possible. That's all I can say. As someone who avidly loves Ace Attorney as a franchise and a series, it just has that touch of the original trilogy that I felt all those years ago. And it's
Honestly,
beautiful, perfect.
My favorite part of your reactions, especially Andrew, was you being like, "Oh yeah, this is like regular, like in the original trilogy," and me and Kyle are both like, "Nope," and you're like, "Wait, what? It's different? Hold on," and we're like, "Yeah, no, they mix it up in this game.
I know.
These are not what you expect."
Oh, Jesus. So, yeah. That's great Ace Attorney.
I guess my next question is, what was the biggest shocker to all of you in that last chapter? For me, personally, when I was playing, it was finding out that Jigoku shot Asogi. I was like, are you shitting me? No!
I think the biggest one for me was finding out that Clint Van Zieks was actually the professor the entire time. Because I was like, thinking like, no, it's freaking like Strongheart, I swear. I'm like, and it's like, no, it's like Clint actually admitted to actually doing it. I'm like, oh.
What was yours?
It's Greg's. Oh wait, hold on.
When Clint Van Zieks was shown to be Iris's dad, I'm having a moment.
Yeah, so that makes Barack Van Zieks
Iris,
Iris's
I'm
uncle.
crying over Iris. It's okay.
That makes Barack her uncle.
Oh, I was just paying attention to what Gregson said. I actually got to hear his final words before he died.
I would love to gush more about how amazing this last chapter was, but good lord,
Kyle should probably go to bed.
Yes, Kyle should at least go to bed.
Kyle has has big boy work tomorrow.
Yeah.
this went on a lot longer than I thought it would.
I am
so.
probably not going to kindergarten tomorrow, so.
But yeah, you guys want to gush more about this? Text. I will respond, probably.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Saseki-san.
Sasuke's fine.
Services of a regular legal team.
Don't worry, Rinosuke's on his way back.
Rinosuke's coming back.
Hey.
What else has happened? Oh!
Alright.
They expect her filleting corpses.
Alright, anyways, I'm gonna head off to bed now.
Yes. Go
Fair enough. Good night.
Yeah, y'all.
Good night.
night. Yeah, but yeah, honestly, for me playing, my two biggest finds that shocked me the most were Jigoku killing Genshin and finding out that Clint was actually the professor.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. But then
Yeah.
it's like, damn, Cosmo's dad died for nothing.
Literally.
He made the ultimate sacrifice out of all this.
He did.
He knew the
really did.
he knew the fate that was about to happen. He's like, you know what? I can't do this. I'm going to entrust my son to finish this off. But I'll be perfectly honest. If you really think about it, out of all of the characters, Rinosuke had zero involvement in this entire throughout all everything that transpired.
Well,
Zero.
Ryanosuke was the unknown. That's why Ryanosuke, when he took over Kazuma's position, that's why everyone was like, you're not in the equation, why are you here?
But I think it kind of goes to show about Ace Attorney, really, if you think about it. Because, well, aside from the trilogy and Phoenix's story, at least so far that Cammy knows, if you really think about it, Phoenix has always been that outsider, that person who's not directly involved, but he's always just watching from the sidelines. That's Pepito. That's Pepito.
Zico,
Anyway.
no, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Eve finally found his husband. I found it. Oh, that's nice that they finally got to see each other.
I miss that.
Thing with Phoenix was that he was always the outsider, the outer dog, he kind of came up from nowhere. But
Yeah.
in this game
But-
especially, Ryanosuke was literally not part of the equation.
Yeah.
Everybody had their purpose for going to Britain. Ryanosuke was literally, why the fuck are you here?
But you know what?
Thrust himself into this.
But you know what? That started how do you call this? That kind of set the precedence for how Phoenix is. Is that even though he was not supposed to be there, it took someone completely outside of the equation to open up that line of dialogue of no, as someone from City who's not involved, this doesn't make fucking sense. I'm gonna dispute that. Fuck this.
And then
So-
if you think about it as well, even though it's sad that Ryanosuke is going back to Japan, but Ryanosuke going back to Japan and taking his teachings that he learned in Britain and taking it back to help the judicial system in Japan set up the basis for Phoenix Wright.
Oh, you said it! She said it! A great Ace Attorney! Sorry.
It set up the basis for Phoenix Wright.
Yeah?
Same, Susato. I'm also crying. It's okay.
And I mean, like, I do admit, when I first was playing the game, I was like, okay, Kazuma, I get it. You're very upset about your dad's death. And then, like, as everything was, like, slowly revealed, I was like, oh, never mind. Kazuma has every fucking right now. This sucks.
So.
This sucks for him.
Hold on, can I oh, right. I guess I can't I guess I'm gonna have to sit through all this. Oh, wait, hold on, pause. Yes, I want to skip that. Sorry, I don't want to watch through the whole credits.
There.
They were great. Ace Attorney 2, Resolve, Finn. That's it.
That's it. That's the end. We did it.
That's
guys.
the end of the great. That's the end of the great Ace Attorney.
We did it, guys. And
It
now
only
we.
took us like 8 hours and 2 years. 2 years and 8 hours.
Yeah.
And now we gotta wait for early 2024 for the Apollo Justice remasters.
Even though the adventure is ended, the story never ends. It just continues. I was curious, what does it give me for special content anyway?
You can finally go through the entire gallery now and.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not do that tonight.
No.
No, I'm just. Oh, there's the thank you for playing one. There. I'll leave it up here. So. I think that's a good
end screen.
I think that's a good end screen, yeah.
So, anyway, for anyone who somehow is still watching at like 3 in the morning, and for I guess people who watch it later on, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for
I'm finally glad.
Bullshit for a while.
I'm glad we finally got to the end, but it is not the end of the story. It only begins. It just continues.
That's just like the end of the story is only a beginning.
I don't know that quote.
I don't know what we'll be playing next for Ace Attorney. We might be continuing with the regular trilogy, but since Capcom today just announced that they're remastering Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and this, that'll be coming in the future when it comes out.
So, yeah. And I mean, yeah, no, basically, yeah, this game is done. We're finished. I'm not coming back to this game. I'm probably never going to open it again. But yeah, when one story's finished, we have to wrap up another one.
You mean
start
another one?
No, we have to finish another one.
Oh,
you forget where we are. Yeah, we forget where we are in Trials and Tribulations. We're at the very last game of the trilogy.
Oh yeah, we are. Fuck, right? I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
So, yeah. So I guess tune in. Next time we'll be jumping back to 2D sprites, sadly, for a while at least, and we'll be getting through the rest of Phoenix's story, which Cammy has zero idea of what happens next. I think.
Nope. I never.
Exactly.
Know what happens. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, fair enough.
I show up to these streams fully aware that I'm the bitch that knows nothing.
So, yeah, thanks for watching.
Distracted so often
I'm gonna put it out there already. There is no stream this Thursday. I've gone for 8 hours for a single stream. I've never done that before, so I need time off.
We've been here a while. Also Tuesday, because technically it's Tuesday now, but like it's technically Monday.
Yeah. Well, essentially, basically.
Stream later today.
No, there's no stream for the rest of this week. I'm taking a break for a bit because I decided to do this. But you know what? I'm very glad I did because. Yeah. So thanks for watching. Bye bye.
Shenanigans. Bye bye.
Until next time.